Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for this penultimate week of racing. This is the second to last week of our 2024 meet, and we have a very familiar face in the flesh, Brian Aragoni, straight from Minnesota. Did you see the Vikings beat the Colts, or were you traveling?
I did. I was told to take my Vikings jersey off today because
Thank
that would
you.
not be popular being on track. But the professionalism of John Dooley and Jimmy McCurney has left, and unprofessionalism has arrived.
Well, hello. I mean, us two together with the unprofessionalism. I mean, really, you need to have at least a John or a Jimmy, or it's just going to be me and you philandering about.
We're here the last 2 weeks to showcase to all those fans out there how good they have it throughout the other months of the year.
That's exactly right. We have a 10 race card for you today. 1 through 9, our Thoroughbred 10 is a quarter horse race, and it was really nice when I got here at like 11:30. It was sunny and it was nice, and somebody who works the gate was like, "Man, I hope it rains before the races, so it's not raining during." But then before the races, it was nice, and now it does look a little gloomy, doesn't it, B?
It's a little gloomy, but it's not really raining. There's no more precipitation.
No rain.
I'm just mostly surprised you got here at 11:30.
Yeah, it's shocking, really. I do it now because I like to go to the EDR and get the cheap food before I get here. I'm not going to lie to you.
You'll have to point that out to me.
Yeah, I will. It's $2. It's $2 like for a full meal because we're employees of Caesars. It's top notch, really. The salad is. Anyway, let's go to the weather to see if there is a chance of rain from the very professional Todd Clausen. TK?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, the good news here, Brian and Rachel, as we start off the new week of racing, is it's nice and mild, well above normal today, as temperatures will be climbing into the mid-70s. There will be some spotty showers around potentially as we start the races, but then most of the afternoon and evening should be dry. It's just a chance of some spotty showers coming through later on this afternoon. The bulk of the heavier rainfall should stay well north of Shelby. But looking ahead to tomorrow, not only is it racing, but it's election day. It's a mild election day for us with temperatures back into the mid-70s. We'll start with cloudy skies. It's a little windy, but look for some rain to develop mid-afternoon and into the evening hours.
All right, so we're right. There might be a little rain, but not really sure when. We'll just keep our eye out. But it is gloomy outside, but still fast and firm. Super excited about that. Let's talk about the standings here at the top of the week so you know who's hot. We'll talk about Oscar here in a minute, but as far as leading jockey and trainer goes, it's been very, very tight. With Gennaro and Klopp, who are still tied at 53. Burgos got one more than Fernando at 73.
I mean, it's been unbelievable. Gennaro had a huge lead. Klopp got super hot, and all of a sudden Gennaro's been able to keep pace lately. It's been fun to watch those two. And then the apprentice rider's gone back and forth as well. That's really tightened up recently, hasn't it?
Well, Eric and him were very, very close, and now Oscar has just taken it away with 4 wins. So write these names down. Marcelino's still in the top 5, even after being out for most of the season. Burgos, Fernando, Roman, Esquivel, and Pedroza, and then Garcia and Klopp. Then to Steve Asmussen, Tim Eggleston, and John Horan. And then, as B just alluded to, Oscar Villarreal with 4 wins Thursday.
Unbelievable. 4 wins and making the best of the mounts he's getting. But another name on that list that really jumps off the page to me is Deshaun Parker. I think he's 19th overall all-time in most wins, and he's been really racking up the wins a lot lately.
Yeah, he was right after Ramos with most wins of October. Ramos ended with, I think, almost 20, and he had 15 or 16. So congratulations to them on a hot month. Let's roll it into November, boys. But let's take a look at Oscar's 4 wins from Thursday. He's got 24 wins and now is in the lead for the Juan Saez Apprentice Jockey Award. He took the first 3 races, so let's just go over those real quick. It'll be easier for you to go over these when you call them this
Some
week,
may call it a pure hat trick, the first 3 races, or a turkey.
A turkey.
Pure hat trick, a turkey, yeah.
This is him on the 12, Can't Stop Staring. Anna Navarrete is the trainer, and he had to earn
this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it took forever to get past. Top of the lane, it looked like he was going to win by 5, and then it just took forever to get past.
Come on. Yeah, there you go. So he finally made the move there. Probably switched leads. I didn't watch close enough. He switched leads somewhere right around when he started moving up. Second race at number 7, Bachman. This was a couple of little upsets. I mean, not too big, but a couple $7 horses here in these next couple races. And this is for Kyle Karamari, who, out of limited numbers that he brings here, pretty much fires at high percentages all meet.
Yeah, and Bachman didn't have a ton of wins, so for him to be able to open up and win pretty easily, that was a really nice win. He came from off the pace with both those races in the slop, which doesn't happen all that often either. So I mean, those were impressive wins.
Yeah, and shout out to Jimmy Mack who let me leave early and did my last race because I realized that I Googled.
Is that like a subtle hint to me? Like, shout
No,
out to
you already
Jimmy
did
Mack?
it.
Oh,
I
okay.
was about to say the same thing to you. But Jimmy Mack, Ray, way more responsible than I am. I mean, you're not going to argue with that.
No.
Calls me and says, "Did you look up the times to that trick-or-treating is?" And I was like, "No." And I looked it up. It was 5. Who does 5? Who starts at 5 o'clock? People are working till 5 o'clock.
There's times
It's
for
6.
trick-or-treating? What kind of bougie trick-or-treating do you guys do?
I guess. I don't know. I've never looked it up, but Ray told me to. And so I would have literally not been able to take them trick-or-treating.
Last I checked, trick-or-treating involved like just going
going
whenever
out.
you
That's
want.
what I thought.
And to houses, like
Yeah.
you choose your time. You had a scheduled trick-or-treating?
That's what they do, I guess.
Sounds very
nowadays.
high end.
It is pretty high end. I don't know what it is. I went to someone else's neighborhood. I didn't trick or treat my own. You know me. I'm a redneck. I live in the country.
You went where they give out king sizes.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Race 3. I'm no dummy. Race 3, number 6, Tizzy Justice, 720 for Tom Medina. Where the 6 was, I couldn't really there on the outside, right?
Yeah.
But there,
all 3 replays look essentially
they're
the
the same, yeah. But it seemed like coming into the turn, he was more covered up in this one and kind of got around to the outside there at the top.
And neither horse really wanted to win.
No.
I mean,
And
if you
also-
look at the first and the third, neither of them like really want to push past.
And that boy rode hard.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
a tough one. If you had Enchanted Melody, the favorite, oh man, that was a tough defeat.
Did that hurt
there.
you a little bit?
No, it didn't hurt
It didn't
me.
hurt you?
No, not at all. But
Good.
that horse fought on gamely to get beat by the wire.
Race 8, number 1, Rocket Haas. This was for Joe Davis, and the heavy favorite looked really good there with a rail skimming ride. Here kind of moves out a little bit here coming to the stretch, though. Is that on the inside? Yeah, Rocket Haas just looked much the best there. 7 comes trying. Nobody could get
This
him.
is usually where you're off trick-or-treating, doing something else. The
Yep.
boys are holding down the fort, doing
Yep.
the work. It's around 4:30, and you're
Yep.
beer
It's
in
good to
hand
be the
trick-or-treating.
princess.
Yep.
And
I know the first time you saw Rocket Haas.
Brian, you had 5 wins on Thursday.
I did. Wow.
You had 5 wins to close out the meet. Congratulations. You've been hot in October as well. You gave out a few pick 5s. You had multiple win days. A couple days we both were 8 of 10 in the money. I mean, really.
And still getting crushed by you.
Yeah, that's my favorite stat to tell people. Jimmy Mack also last week in his guest handicapping week was 30% win clip was his average. He had 12 wins, and he's going to be back joining us on Veterans Day and Closing Day, which were both big days. We'll have Brian handicap a couple like he always does, but it's definitely nice to have Jimmy Mack here because there's so much going on, especially on Closing Day. When Eric told me I could have Jimmy back on Closing Day, I was like, thank you, Jesus. I'm going to make him do so much stuff that day.
Make your life a
I'm
little
going
bit
to
easier.
use and abuse that man. And then tell him about Veterans Day, Brian.
I mean, it's one of my favorite days of the track. What we do for Veterans Day is really, truly unbelievable. I don't need the sheet. We have a great graphic for it, and I was well prepared coming into wire to wire. Veterans Day is my favorite day at the track with Eric Hallstrom. He does a great job. We're going to have the
be a
pick 5
suck-up.
as well. Plenty of handicapping challenges with the pick 5 challenge.
You guys, he just grabbed the paper. I just want you to know.
HVAF as well. And my favorite thing maybe about Veterans Day is not only do
Yeah.
we honor those that have fallen, and it's a great trip down memory lane for many of us, but how about those saddlecloths? Those saddlecloths are elite for Veterans Day.
Yeah, they really are. They're super, super nice. Thank you to Valerie and Elizabeth. They work with Chris Polson. They do an awesome job. They got us the cool scarves and stuff for Derby as well. So thanks for coordinating that. And then we're going to make pick 5 tickets. We get $500, us and a celebrity list of handicappers, and whatever wins, we donate to HVF Homeless Veterans. It's a wonderful little organization downtown Indy. I've been there. They really take care of the guys. So please join us on November 11th for Veterans Day. And I'm just going to tell you guys right now, Eric has been like literally collaring me on these blankets. I have a box. I have like 30 blankets. I keep begging him to give away blankets, and he's like, no, we're not giving away blankets until Veterans Day. So I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, that he's going to let me do like a huge social media giveaway for blankets to also raise money for HVAF.
Do we have any dually bobbleheads?
I I am bogarting the Dooley bobbleheads that are left. There's only a handful.
Oh, there's a lot of value in those bobbleheads.
Should I auction one for Veterans Day, you think?
You should. I mean, Ray could get into private school. You just got to sell a
Ray
couple of
has
bobbleheads.
one.
Yeah.
Ray has it in her room. Like, do you know how cool
Well,
you have to
No,
be?
you take the money from selling a
Oh,
John
and
G.
then
Dooley
put it in the
bobblehead.
Rachel, in the
yeah,
Ray
put it in the
College
scholarship fund. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I should do. Final day of racing is November 14th. It's a really nice day. Tell them about the stakes we have that day, Brian.
Yeah, no, excellent stakes that day on November 14th. It's Miss Indiana and the Indiana Futurity. How could I forget? The stakes that day are a fantastic way to send out a great year
so
of
fun.
racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And you can find Rachel down interviewing all the winners, along with all the leading owner
He's
of the
getting me
year,
back
leading
for
apprentice
that.
of the year, leading trainer of the year, leading jockey of the year.
Yeah,
It's going to be a
list 'em all.
busy day
Twist the knife.
of stakes and interviews from Miss Rachel.
Yeah, I love closing day. It's so fun. I swear. Please, Klopp. Please, Gennaro. Someone pull in front. Please, Fernando. Please, someone.
Why?
Because if it's so close, I have to count until the very last day, and then they can race, and then they complain because they want to do it at a certain time.
I'm on the opposite end. I want to see ties. I want to see a lot of ties.
Everybody does. I'm the
multiple-
only one that doesn't.
Yep, two
It's
trophies,
fine.
2
I'll take one for the
interviews.
team. I want you and everyone else
Co-leaders.
to have the excitement.
Co-leaders.
You want co-leaders? That was almost one year. Ramos and Marcelino. He only beat Marcelino by one. Like, what was that?
I
the year
think it
before
came
last?
down to the last race.
It did. It came
Yeah.
down to the very last race. That was a joy. All right, ladies, there it is. Oh, nice graphic, Aaron. Look at my boy here. 73 to 72, 15%, 13% win clip. And Fernando has 2 titles, and this would be Burgess's first. 8 racing days left.
The veteran and the new buck.
Oh my gosh, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to throw it to commercial, and then B's going to come back and just go over his early Pick 5 ticket very quickly before he heads upstairs to read you his changes, because he is not only handicapping today, he is also going to be in the booth announcing.
Mute those TVs.
They already do because they don't want to hear me, so it's covered. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're 23 minutes to the first race. We're going to take a quick break, and Baby B is going to be back to go over his early Pick 5 ticket. Stick around.
Baby B.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Welcome back to the second half of Wire to Wire. Now just 21 minutes away from kicking off the Monday racing card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And a unique early Pick 5 opportunity with 60% of the Pick 5 races on the turf. Very often we have those turf races carded for the back end of the meet, but not so much today. We'll be on the turf 1, 3, 4, and 6. It is a little bit doomy, gloomy, but the rain holding off, at least at this point, will certainly keep you up to date. Scratch numbers 1, 12, and 13 out of the opener. Let's take a look at this early Pick 5 opportunity, one of the lowest takeouts into the nation at 11.99% takeout. And I'm going to use 2 newcomers along with the horse with experience that I fancy the most. The 3 and the 10 are going to take a ton of action for Wesley Ward. Really difficult to navigate or pick one over the other, despite what the early win wagering may suggest. But they are in for a tag that's a little bit of a nuisance for betting a first-time starter. Certainly something you want to keep an eye on as we do approach the starting gate. But Lord Diamond, the horse with experience that I happen to like the most, 0 for 6 with a second-place finish, opts to be the one to catch to cash in here. Showed a ton of speed last time out and got nailed at the wire, going 5.5 furlongs at a similar class level. They'll try the turf today for the second time, where they finished 4th last time out. So 2 newcomers, both Wesley Ward entrants, along with the horse that I like the best of those with experience. As we move along to race number 2, kicks off today's 15% takeout, pick 4 in the second race. We'll go a mile and 70 yards, stretch it out on a fast main track. No scratches, no changes. Just going to use the top 2 likely most fancied in here, Bright Spark along with Arrogant Spirit. Arrogant Spirit looks exactly like Arrogant, the 5-year-old gray, looking for win number 3 and start number 11, is lightly raced. And then Bright Spark, a horse who's faced much tougher competition down at the fairgrounds, and Churchill has tried the turf 2 times recently here. It hasn't gone all that well. They'll get back to a surface they much prefer today. 4 and 5 in race number 2 as we move along to race number 3. And I find it very difficult, even though post position number 11 is not the most ideal. It's tough to navigate around Stubby. Now, if you want to try and beat Stubby, you have an opportunity, if able to do so, to potentially beat a horse in which 80% of the tickets, excuse me, 80% of the tickets will have Stubby. So a lot of those pick 5 tickets will go up in flames if you're able to beat Stubby. I tried, and I could not find a way around the 11. I think this is the horse to beat in here. Ran very well on the turf over at Kentucky Downs. Ran an off-turf event. I think Stubby, the horse to beat in this spot. Maybe not the horse to bet. Unlikely to get much value in there, but certainly a horse you want to use on your pick 5 ticket. Race number 4, the best betting race of the day. Scratch numbers 3 and 13 out of the 4th race. I think it's a wide open betting event, certainly a race you want to spread. Challenging to navigate who's going to be the most bet or the favorite in this spot, let alone who's likely to win. I think at this claiming level of 25,000, likely the horse who gets the best trip versus the best horse, often the case on our turf course, especially with that rail setting right now as it is as well. So the 4th race, certainly a great race to kick off one of those daily doubles or pick 3s as well. In the 5th, $7,500 claimers going 1 mile. Scratch number 2, Parker comes out of that race. Another good betting opportunity. Yes, I did use Rotary Dial at 9 to 5. He's faced tougher competition. He gets back in with his friends today, but he's a horse who's gone in and out of form, and when he's out of form, certainly not that good. And his last 2 races weren't bad by any means, but certainly not a ton of confidence in Rotary Dial. So going to spread it out in here. Ghost Bike deserves a look, along with Off the Meds, 5 to 1. Tony Granite's buying a $5,000 claimer at the end of the meet. Certainly he owns and trains the horse. He knows that this 7-year-old likely going to come back next year as well. 66 starts, a cool claiming horse, but claiming a horse at the end of the meet, trying to get another race in. He must like this horse quite a bit to be able to take this one down to Tampa Bay with him as well. And I think Off the Meds deserves a look at 5 to 1. We are just 16 minutes away from the opener on a Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. John G. Dooley's made his way off to New York to visit Mom, and then eventually down to the fairgrounds. Miss Rachel and I holding down the fort here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Monday, where we'll take you through the scratches and changes shortly. Good luck today.
Good afternoon and welcome to the races. 12 minutes away from the opener. Let's go through today's scratches and changes for Monday, November 4th. Scratches begin immediately in race number 1. Scratch number 1, Chalice. Number 3, Idiocracies, ridden by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Number 5, Lord Diamond, 3 pounds over. Scratch the 12 and 13. 1, 12, and 13 out of the opener on the turf. Moving along to race number 2, number 1 will be 3 pounds over. 3 pounds over on Pajaco. In race number 3, 1 mile on the turf course, scratch number 4, Ryzen. Number 5, Katie Wins, picked up by Albin Jimenez. Number 8, City Cocktails, Deshaun Parker picks up the mount. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 and 14. 4, 13, and 14 out of the third. In the 4th, mile and a 16th on the turf, scratch the 3 and 13. Money Map and Heating are out. Number 6, Take It and Run, 4 pounds over. And number 9, Fast Fall, now ridden by Sophie Doyle. In the 5th, kicking off today's Late Fire 5, scratch number 2, Parker. In the 6th, No Proof is now ridden by Albin Jimenez. Jimenez picks up No Proof. Number 5, Positive Change, 2 pounds over. Race 6 is clean. Race 7, scratch number 1, Vegas Blackjack. Number 8, Chances Taken, 3 pounds over. In the 8th race, scratch the 5, Sailor's Chance. In the 9th, kicking off the final daily double opportunity of the day, scratch number 1, Ruby's Girl. Number 2, Holiday Lights, 3 pounds over. Number 6 and 7, both 1 pound overweight. In the lone quarter horse event of the day, set to go 330 yards, 2 and 5, both will be 5 pounds overweight. The 6, 3 pounds over. Scratch the 7, 10, and 13. Number 11 will run Hard Candy Rocks, breaks from post position number 7. And number 12, CC Rel Fast, will be ridden by Hugo Macias and breaking from post position number 10 and is 5 pounds overweight. Hard Candy Rocks, 7 pounds over as well. That's it for today's scratches and changes. We're 9 minutes away. The horses have joined us down here in the paddock. We are currently on a fast and firm turf course under overcast skies on a Monday at the Shoe. Good luck. The horses making their approach for the opener. The field of 9 3-year-olds have made their way onto the firm turf course. Rail setting today on a Monday is 0 feet. First to go in, Game Point. Just a few back as Handsome Rascal goes up. Lord Diamond goes in. Waiting on Damiren and Miller to Maverick. Last one to load, Millard Maverick goes in. We're off and racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis as the first-time starter Damiren didn't know much about the starting gate, but Eris broke alertly, as did Lord Diamond, and now Idiocracies looking to push through on the rail. Sitting in fourth comes Uncle Chuckle along with the gray Handsome Rascal as Cowboy Luke had his suck out of it. Soul Snatcher riding the rail. Miller to Maverick is wide but moving into it, and the two in back are Game Point along with the slow starting Damiren is Idiosyncrasies at 4-1, handling the turn coyly. Lord Diamond content to sit in second as Arias coming under a drive. Soul Snatcher still riding that rail. Game Point, the son of World of Trouble, looks to be full of run but needing somewhere to go as Miller to Maverick closes that, but Idiosyncrasies still finding more as Lord Diamond hasn't pushed past yet, and Miller to Maverick trying to make it a trio up top. Game Point trying to split horses late, and here comes Game Point. Does he have time? Yes, Game Point finds the wire first behind Lord Diamond along with Idiosyncrasies. No final time posted, 56.53. Hold them all. Two, 5, 3, 11 as the skies have opened up after our first. Final time 56.53. The opener has gone official as Game Point, son of World of Trouble, making his way back to the winner's circle. Into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the victorious Game Point 3-year-old Dark Bay gelding by World of Trouble out of Traders Point, bred and owned by Fortune Racing, trained to victory by Phil Sims, ridden by Fernando de la Cruz. De la Cruz picks up a mount on Alberto Burgos. Free shower in the winner circle. First exact of the day, 2-5 returns 22.70. 50-cent trifecta, 2-5-3, 48.70. 10-cent superfecta, 2-5-3-11, $53.09. Race number 2 posted on the board in 16 minutes, kicks off today's 15% takeout pick 4. Pelhaco will be 3 pounds overweight, no scratches, no changes, 1.70 on the main in 16 minutes. We're off and racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis as the first-time starter Damian didn't know much about the starting gate, but Eris broke alertly, as did Lord Diamond, and now Idiocracies looking to push through on the rail. Sitting in fourth comes Uncle Chuckle along with the gray Handsome Rascal as Cowboy Luke had a suck out of it. Soul Snatcher riding the rail. Miller to Maverick is wide but moving into it, and the two in back are Game Point along with the slow starting Damian is Idiosyncrasies at 4-1, handling the turn coyly. Lord Diamond content to sit in second as Arius coming under a drive. Soul Snatcher still riding that rail. Game Point, the son of World of Trouble, looks to be full of run but needing somewhere to go as Miller to Maverick closes that, but Idiosyncrasies still finding more as Lord Diamond hasn't pushed past yet, and Miller to Maverick trying to make it a trio up top. Game Point trying to split horses late, and here comes Game Point. Does he have time? Yes, Game Point finds the wire first behind Lord Diamond along with Idiosyncrasies.
8 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 3-year-old up claiming for 7,500 a mile and 70 yards on the what is now fast, but it is pouring out there. We have a 7-horse field in this race, and I am going to go with the 5 in the second race. Right now at 5-2 on the board, Arrowgate's Spirit. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard for J.K. Sweezy, and this horse is dropping down in class from condition claimer for 20 at Keeneland. Last start was the 18th of October, and now is coming here and running for 7,500. This horse put up a 77 two-back at today's distance of a mile at Del Mar on September 5th. Still finished 5th in that one and got a pretty wide trip. But what I was looking at are the Santa Anita races in the spring, May and June. Put up a 79 at a mile in both a claiming 20 and a claiming for 16. Won the claiming for 16 and then ended up in a claiming 20 getting beaten by a neck and was bothered twice late, 5 wide, moved in, then got hit a couple times. And so that probably could have been a win. Arrogate Spirit is who I'm putting on top. And then we'll go to the 4, who's the current favorite at 9-5, and that is Bright Spark. Manny Esquivel is up here for Gennaro Garcia, who is tied right now with Randy Klopp at the top of the training standings. Manny and Gennaro have had some nice races together as of late. Out of 5 or 6 wins, I'm pretty sure they've had 3 wins and a second out of those recent races. This one's returning to dirt. And another one that I went back over to earlier in the year at Fairgrounds, DP was aboard there and put up a 92 and a 90 at a mile and a 16th. So that's, we're running a mile today, but still going a longer distance and running a second and a third and putting up nice numbers. Routing is always good. The last 2 are at turf, so should improve moving back to the dirt. And now, I don't know what Tony's going to decide. He's probably out there walking it right now. But just to make a note, I didn't really take this into account when I was handicapping earlier. This horse has a second and a third out of 5 starts as well on wet dirt. I'm going to round it out here with the 2s, 3-1 right now on the tote board. Line to Game, Fernando de la Cruz winning the opener and is now looking to take the early double on the Monday card. Andrew McKeever is the conditioner, and out of the handful that he's brought here, 27% win clip, 45% in the money. In this one, when he's dropping down his horses 2+ classes, he hits at 25%. This horse has been off for 8+ months, which is a little bit of a question mark, but some of his best races have been at a mile or a mile and 70 yards. Yeah, they were last year at Canterbury, but at a mile and a mile and 70, had a couple of seconds, a second and a couple of thirds. Barn change, going from 25 to 7,500. Top Jock, I thought this one was definitely usable in your try. 5-4-2 for me here in the second race. We're just 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses made their way onto the racetrack for race number 2, kicking off today's pick 4. It's a few minutes away as the field of 7 will go 1 mile and 70 yards. On advice of the track veterinarians, number 6, Succession Gold, is a late scratch. Scratch number 6, Succession Gold. If you had Succession Gold in the pick 3, being transferred to the post-time favorite, as well as the pick 4 and pick 5. Field approaching this starting gate on a rainy Monday. American Hero goes in. 2 back, Arrogant Spirit and Fierce Assault. Fierce Assault goes in. They are off to an even beginning as Bright Spark checks back ever so slightly, but Palhacco, the 4-time winner, ridden aggressively, and Andres Callejas wanted the lead, and he will go clear into that first turn from line to gain, along with Fierce Assault in the 3 path as Arrogant Spirit finds a good spot 5 lengths off of it. Bright Spark recovering after a tardy beginning, and American Hero being asked to touch into that first turn as Palhacco at 12-1 opens up by 5 through a first quarter in 23 and 0.04. Line to gain cutting into that margin along with Fierce Assault in the 2 path, and Arrogant Spirit covered up at this point along with Bright Spark. And American Hero can see them all tip to tail about 8 lengths as Palhacco and Andres Callejas tries to slow them down, keeping a length margin on line to gain through an opening half mile in 46.91 as line to gain now asked to cut into that margin as Fierce Assault moving 3 wide. Arrogant Spirit still patiently ridden, and Bright Spark appears to have horse, but he's going to be on the wide side. And nothing from American Hero as there goes Bright Spark, and Manny Esquivel swooshes to the lead. That's it for Palhacco as Arrogant Spirit is hung up in traffic, and Bright Spark says thank you very much, and it's Bright Spark's race to win or lose. Now American Hero trying to close from the back of the pack, and Arrogant Spirit might as well go into your stable mail after this trip, and Bright Spark at 1-2, well clear. Bright Spark by 10, by 12. Bright Spark. Manny Esquivel made the move at the quarter pole, and it was all she wrote. Bright Spark at 1-2. The battles for second, a tight one at that, may have gone to Arrogant Spirit or Fierce Assault in 141.2. Photo sign down. Second did go to Fierce Assault. Gets the bob over Arrogant Spirit. 4.753 in 141.20. Entering the winner's circle, the victorious Bright Spark, 5-year-old bay gelding by Arrogate, out of Disco Chick, bred in Kentucky by Juddmont Farms, owned by LTB Inc. and Miles Childers. Trained to victory by Gennaro Garcia, takes a 1-race lead over Randy Klopp, ridden to victory by Manny Esquivel. Bright Spark now a 3-time winner, as race number 2 is official. Second exacta of the day returns 840. 50-cent trifecta 475, 1025. 10-cent superfecta 563. First daily double of the day returns 1190. There was a consolation double for the late scratch of the 6, 570 on the consolation double. Race number 3, 18 minutes away. We'll head back out to the turf course for race number 3, where we will go 1 mile on the turf. Scratch 4, 13, and 14 out of the upcoming third race 18 minutes from now. They are off to an even beginning as Bright Spark checks back ever so slightly, but Palhaco, the 4-time winner, ridden aggressively, and Andres Callejas wanted the lead, and he will go clear into that first turn from line to gain, along with Fierce Assault in the 3-path as Arrogant Spirit finds a good spot 5 lengths off of it. Bright Spark recovering after a tardy beginning, and American Hero being asked to touch into that first turn as Palhaco at 12-1 opens up by 5 through a first quarter in 23 and 0.04. Line to gain cutting into that margin, along with Fierce Assault in the 2-path, and Arrogant Spirit covered up at this point, along with Bright Spark. And American Hero can see them all tip to tail about 8 lengths as Palhaco and Andres Callejas tries to slow them down, keeping a length margin on line to gain through an opening half mile in 46.91 as line to gain now asked to cut into that margin as Fierce Assault moving 3 wide. Arrogant Spirit still patiently ridden, and Bright Spark appears to have horse, but he's going to be on the wide side. And nothing from American Hero as there goes Bright Spark, and Manny Esquivel swooshes to the lead. That's it for Palhaco as Arrogant Spirit is hung up in traffic, and Bright Spark says thank you very much, and it's Bright Spark's race to win or lose. Now American Hero trying to close from the back of the pack, and Arrogant Spirit might as well go into your stable mail after this trip, and Bright Spark at 1-2 well clear. Bright Spark by 10, by 12. Bright Spark. Manny Esquivel made the move at the quarter pole, and it was all she wrote. Bright Spark at 1-2. The battles for second, a tight one at that, may have gone to Arrogant Spirit or Fierce Assault in
9 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a filly mare, 2-year-old, not maiden, claiming for 40,000, and they're going a mile on the grass. Here are the changes. The 4 Ryzen is out. The 5 will be ridden by Albin Jimenez, and Deshaun Parker is on the 8 City Cocktails. Scratch the AEs 13 and 14. Our DRF formulator odds have the 11 going off at more like 6-5. Stubby right now on the tote board 3-1. Current favorite, the 8 City Cocktails, but I am going to go with the 10 on top at 6-1. Innis Free Lass, 2-year-old filly who's making her 5th lifetime start. Burgess is aboard, who is right there battling it out with Fernando for the leading jockey honors. This horse has had a little bit of a freshening, which I like to see. Had a couple months off, and the highest last race speed figure does go to Stubby. That was on the dirt, though. If you're looking at turf tries, this 10 recent form was really nice on grass, and we're going a mile on the grass today. Hasn't stretched out yet to a mile, but was second by 4 lengths in a maiden special weight, and now is going back down to a maiden claiming. I think that this horse is, hopefully everybody continues to overlook him a little bit. The bullet work on October 28th also looks good. 5 furlongs, 102 and 2, breezing 1 of 3. Then I'll go to the 11 at 5-2. Stubby, who is making his 4th lifetime. She is making her 4th lifetime start and has a couple of 3rd place finishes. Now, as I said, she was the bettor's favorite last time, was 3rd by 10 lengths in that race. It was taken off and ran at a mile and 70. Her turf races, Kentucky Downs, you can make an excuse for that. Not all horses like that course. And her debut was here on August 17th at 7.5 on the grass, and she was 3rd, a nice 3rd in there. So Stubby is who I'm going to put in for my exacta. And then I'm going to put in the 2, 28-1 right now for the 2 Lead the Way. I know this is a little bit of a long shot, but this is the kind of horse that at the end of the meet has a good shot, I think. If you go back to the last time that this horse did run in a maiden claiming for 40, it was at 7.5. It was on the grass and was 6th, only by 3 lengths, though. Those horses were wide across. No Pardon came back to win. Broadway Lights, the 3rd place finisher, came back to win. That was a tough maiden claiming for 40. I think this is a much easier group than she's been running. She's dropping out of maiden special weight back into maiden claiming. Shorty rides really well for Bob Gorham. So I'll take putting Lead the Way at 29-1 in my exacta. 10-11-2 for me here in the 3rd race. Good luck.
The horse is on the track for the upcoming third race. They'll be on the turf just a couple of minutes from now. The field entering the turf course, still listed as firm, despite some brief showers earlier on in the card. Rail setting at 0 feet. 2-year-old fillies on the turf, just a couple of minutes away. Half the field has gone in. Innisfree Lass goes in kindly. Rachel's top pick, 9-1. Kate wins, getting some assistance. He wins, goes in. Berries and Cream, 8-1. Stubby on the board at even money, goes in. Waiting on Galeen. Will be set for a start. They are off and running. The 2-year-old fillies all broke well on their 1-mile journey as Santos Sanger wants to lead, but so does Berries and Cream, and there goes Galeen and Walter Rodriguez on the stretch out there onto the wire for the first time from a well-settled lead. The way in the 3-path comes Stubby in a good spot, sitting just a length off of it. In between that is Berries and Cream. Down on the inside is Uncork It, sitting in 4th, along with City of Cocktails, and outside of that comes Innisfree Lass, about 3 lengths back to Ton of Laughs. Then comes Cheval B, and the 2 in the back are Crowned with Grace, and the reluctant Kate wins through an opening quarter in 24.28. Now Galeen is pressed by a headstrong Stubby as Ramon Vasquez trying to sit off the long shot, lead the way in a perfect spot as Shorty Perez biding his time in between horses. In 4th is Berries and Cream. City of Cocktails in the 3-path, and out wider than that is Innisfree Lass. Uncork It sitting in 6th alongside Ton of Laughs as Chabal B, the gray, moving into it, and still Kate wins, and Crowned with Grace as now Stubby can wait no longer, and it's 4 of them at the top of the lane as Galeen has done enough, and there goes City of Cocktails. Innisfree Lass at 14-1. Stubby needs to do much better than that at 3-5, and Stubby is waving the white flag as City Cocktails is finding more, and City Cocktails running away from Innisfree Lass. City Cocktails from a lunging Tons of Laugh, but City Cocktails does it in 126.74, 138.61. Photo sign down 8, 9, 10, 2. 3 to 5 off the board. Race 3 is official. City Cocktails making her first journey into the winner's circle. A 2-year-old Dark Bay filly by Mendelssohn out of Cocktails on Tap. Bred and owned by Boxman Stables. Trained to victory by Eddie Keneally. Ridden to victory on the pickup mount to Sean with his 39th victory of the year here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Picks up the win. First foal for Cocktails on Tap. Victorious in the third. Big prices underneath. $1 exacta 8-9 returns $240.40. 50-cent trifecta 8-9-10 $1,174. A 10-cent superfecta $5,649.52. $1 double 4-8 returns $11.50. The 50-cent pick 3 $41.50. Race number 4 will be on the turf course again. A mile and a 16th this time. Scratch numbers 3 and 13. Sophie Doyle picks up the mount on number 9. Fast Fall, 17 minutes from now. off and running. The 2-year-old fillies all broke well on their 1 mile journey as Santos Sanger wants to lead, but so does Berries and Cream. And there goes Galeen and Walter Rodriguez on the stretch out there onto the wire for the first time from a well-settled lead. The way in the 3-path comes Stubby in a good spot, sitting just a length off of it. In between that is Berries and Cream. Down on the inside is Uncork It sitting in 4th, along with City of Cocktails, and outside of that comes Innisfree Lass about 3 lengths back to Ton of Laughs. Then comes Cheval B, and the 2 in the back are Crowned with Grace, and the reluctant Kate wins through an opening quarter in 24.28. Now Galeen is pressed by a headstrong Stubby as Ramon Vasquez trying to sit off the long shot, lead the way in a perfect spot as Shorty Perez biding his time. In between horses in 4th is Berries and Cream, City of Cocktails in the 3-path, and out wider than that is Innisfree Lass. Uncork It sitting in 6th alongside Ton of Laughs as Chabal B, the gray, moving into it, and still Kate wins and Crowned with Grace as now Stubby can wait no longer, and it's 4 of them at the top of the lane as Galeen has done enough, and there goes City of Cocktails. Innisfree Lass at 14-1. Stubby needs to do much better than that at 3-5, and Stubby is waving the white flag as City Cocktails is finding more, and City Cocktails running away from Innisfree Lass. City Cocktails from a lunging Tons of Laugh, but City Cocktails does it in 126.74. 130.
Deshaun Parker continues his hot streak as him and Joe Ramos were the hottest of riders in October. Deshaun Parker gets another win in there. The pickup mount turns into some money in the bank account. Congratulations to those who had city cocktails. We'll move along to the upcoming fourth race, now just 8 minutes away. We'll go a mile and a 16th on the turf course. This one for 3-year-olds and up, claiming price $25,000. Do scratch the 3 and 13, leaves us with a competitive field of 11. And my eyes are drawn to the favorite in here, 2-1. Certainly not getting hit as heavily as some may have expected. I mean, 6-1 morning line, taking a little bit of action. Currently favored Brendan Walsh usually commands some respect and attention at the wagering windows, and why not? He's winning at 28% here locally, almost double 15% nationally. But the 3-year-old colt by Oscar Performance will be ridden by Evan Roman. Pocket Aces Racing owns this one, and a little bit of an every other pattern. And if you're following that every other pattern, this would be the perennial off race. But the last 6 races or 5 races, a win, lost by 15 lengths, then a win, lost by 9 lengths, both finishing 9th. And last race, a photo finish away from making it 3 wins in that every other pattern. So I'm hopeful that Double Neat can do something that he's not done and put together back-to-back races in good form. And it could be because those 2 races in which they didn't have the best of finishes were at the allowance ranks. Today will again be at the claiming ranks, and I think Double Neat gets a great trip in here. A horse who doesn't necessarily want the lead, has shown tactical ability in the past, but does not need the lead, likely prefers a target, and I think Evan Roman will likely give him that in here, looking for win number 3 in start number 9 for Double Neat. But much better value on the board is 3 on the Tree, a play on words in there with 3 on the Tree. Michelle Lavelle, Alex Achard going to be aboard this 17-time starter who's winless on the year, and through 6 starts really hasn't gone as they expected. They made $30,000 last year. So far after 6 starts, only $6,000, about $1,000 per start, and most of those have come at the allowance ranks. Some very tough races as well over at Churchill Downs, Ellis Park. Really tried the claiming ranks 1 start over at Ellis and showed speed and kind of got hooked onto a quick pace. They went 22-1, 45-2, sub 110 even at the P patch. That's very quick on the turf course. So we'll see if 3 on the Tree appreciates any class relief today. A horse who is usually prominently placed and on our turf course. I don't think you need to be on the lead, but you certainly want to be close. And 3 on the Tree, a 4-year-old chestnut who certainly looks plenty fit. I don't think there's any fitness issues with 3 on the Tree. We'll see if that speed can carry with a little class relief today, 7-1 on the board. But your outside runner is going to have plenty of time to get over in this spot with that rail setting at 0. They've got a lot of time before that first turn. So maybe sometimes the outside post on the turf not always conducive to success, but not today. I think Hard Mission deserves a long look despite being a big overlay at this point. 6-1 morning line, currently almost double that at 10-1. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. will be calling the shots in here for Anamia, a 2-time winner from 16 starts. One of those wins came here at Horseshoe Indianapolis last time out, October 17th. About 2 weeks ago, they made quick work of a field of 11. Really never looked like a loser. They may have gone off at 8-1, but certainly ran like an even money shot. That was the first time Marcelino had been aboard. They certainly appeared to get along. They broke from the outside post that day on a good turf course. I know our turf is still listed as firm. However, we had some rain today, so Hard Mission has proven to not worry or fret with any moisture in that turf. So I think there is a lot of upside with your outside post in Hard Mission at 9-1 on the board. A very competitive betting race in here for the 4th race. In fact, I think this is the best betting opportunity of the day, whether you like horizontal play or verticals, trifectas, superfectas, whatever fits your fancy. This is an excellent opportunity. And here, your favorite, lukewarm right now, 5-2 off that 6-1 morning line. And this is the race you want to dive into, because if you get it right, it will certainly reward you generously in the wallet. Good luck.
Horses making their way onto the track. They'll make their way onto the turf course just a few minutes from now. 0 minutes to post, but you've still got a couple of minutes to get in those wagers. Loading process has begun for the upcoming fourth. First to go in, Dust Storm, 40-1. Taking and Run goes in along with Go Bali Go. Supreme Leader. Waiting on Hard Mission. Set for a start. They are off and running as Go Bali Go broke 2 lengths slow. Dust Storm in, first one out. And Albin Jimenez wants the lead, but Taken and Run not going to let him get away too far. After that comes Double Neat along with 3 on the tree as Dust Storm comes under the wire for the first time with Take It and Run. Then it comes 5 across the track with Caballo Felice in the 3 path along with Fast Fall, and taking the worst of it into that first turn is Supreme Leader as Go Bali Go tucks in out of that wide turn, and then comes Hard Mission along with Jungle Cat, the lone mare, in second to last, and My Brother Keith in last through an opening quarter in 23.12. And now Take It and Run, the lone 3-time winner, turns up the pressure on Dust Storm as those two go through a lickety-split first half mile in 45.97. Double Neat at 5-2, sitting just behind the dueling leaders. Then comes 3 on the tree along with Supreme Leader. Go Bali Go tucked in 6th along with Fast Fall, who's been in traffic throughout, along with Caballo Felice. Hard Mission is hung up on the rail, and Jungle Cat gonna try and swing by them all. Still nothing from My Brother Felice as Dust Storm waves the white flag, and Take It and Run, the Indiana bred, tries to open up, but Double Neat has other plans. Go Bali Go crying for the light of day, and Go Bali Go didn't get through. Here comes Hard Mission with a perfect ride from Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and it's Hard Mission from Double Neat, and a photo for the show. Photo sign removed, 12.5.110 in 140.96. Race 4 is official. Hard Mission gets the money. 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Noble Mission out of Fariah. Bred in Kentucky by Janavar Thoroughbreds LLC. Trained by Anamia. Owned by Robin and Charles Castle. Ridden to victory by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Hard Mission gets win number 3, second on the year. Returns $10.80 to win. $1 exacta returns $24.80. 50-cent trifecta $52.60. 10-cent superfecta $47.02. $1 double $8.12 returns $64.60. 50-cent pick 3 returns $42.50. Race number 5 kicks off today's Late Fire 5. There is a scratch of number 2, Parker. A field of 7 to kick off the Late Fire 5, 1 mile on the main track, now 18 minutes away. They are off and running as Go Bolly Go broke 2 lengths slow. Dust Storm in, first one out. And Albin Jimenez wants the lead, but taken and run, not going to let him get away too far. After that comes Double Neat along with 3 on the tree as Dust Storm comes under the wire for the first time with Take It and Run. Then it comes 5 across the track with Caballo Felice in the 3 path along with Fast Fall, and taking the worst of it into that first turn is Supreme Leader as Go Bolly Go tucks in out of that wide turn. And then comes Hard Mission along with Jungle Cat, the lone mare, in second to last, and My Brother Keith in last through an opening quarter in 23.12. And now Take It and Run, the lone 3-time winner, turns up the pressure on Dust Storm as those two go through a lickety split first half mile in 45.97. Double Neat at 5-2, sitting just behind the dueling leaders. Then comes 3 on the tree along with Supreme Leader. Go Bolly Go tucked in 6th along with Fast Fall, who's been in traffic throughout, along with Caballo Felice. Hard Mission is hung up on the rail, and Jungle Cat gonna try and swing by them all. Still nothing from My Brother Felice as Dust Storm waves the white flag, and Take It and Run, the Indiana bred, tries to open up, but Double Neat has other plans. Go Bolly Go crying for the light of day, and Go Bolly Go didn't get through. Here comes Hard Mission with a perfect ride from Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and it's Hard Mission from Double Neat, and a photo for the show.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we're 9 minutes away from the midway point of our Monday racing card. Congratulations to you on making it through the halfway point of your Monday as well. We kick off the late fire 5, 11.99% takeout. Pick 5 kicks off right now. We had some prices come home to score in that early pick 5. We'll see all those payouts. Take a look after this race. But we've got a field of 7 set to go 1 mile in here for $7,500 claimers. I happen to fancy your favorite with the scratch of number 2, Parker. Number 7, Rotary Dial. 9 to 5 morning line, currently 6 to 5 right now. And Rotary Dial getting some class relief for the Kiewakowski and Kaler gang. Tim Eggleston trains the 6-year-old gelding by Dialed In, who's a 6-time winner. And 2 of those victories have come last year. Has been a consistent sort and consistently paying the bills. However, 2024 hasn't been as rewarding as 2023 was. $74,000 in earnings last year, $25,000 so far this year. But a win today would inch ever so close to those earnings of 2023. But this horse has been a sort that's been a useful claim. $5,000 claim, did string along 2 wins, one at the optional claiming $10,000 level. The last 2 races ran into some tough customers, Painter's Canvas along with Zolo, exiting staked races, and Rotary Dial really wasn't beaten by all that much. The numbers didn't change too much, even though the results did with the class change. A 3rd place finish beaten by 4.5, and a 4th place finish beaten by 6 lengths. And he had some trouble last time out. I think that race was a little bit tighter, a little bit more uncomfortable than maybe you would see in the running line. Squeezed bid, kind of faltered. I certainly agree with everything that's stated. I just think it affected Rotary Dial at a critical time of that race where he was appearing to make a run and somewhat got stymied. October 16th, good spacing for this race as well. Ton of class relief in here. We'll see if Rotary Dial can get back to the 2 wins that he had between June 24th and August 15th. A horse who likes to come from off the pace, and he should get plenty of pace to chase in this race. 6 to 5 as the one to beat, but is it the one to bet? I think the value may come from a horse like Off the Meds. 4 to 1 right now, and the projections indicate 4 to 1 as well for Tony Granitz, as he owns and trains. He claimed this horse for $5,000 last time out. When you're claiming a 66-time starter who is a Kentucky bred, there's likely plans to go elsewhere. I'm not sure there's going to be much of a break or reprieve while racing may wrap up here in Horseshoe Indianapolis over the final 2 weeks. There's plenty of plans likely elsewhere for this one to go down to Tampa Bay, where they have flourished together. In fact, I love that Tony Granitz claimed this one back. He did claim back for 50% of what he lost it for, so certainly was enticed by that $5,000 claim, as he didn't dive into the claiming box for 12.5 or for 10, but once Gennaro Garcia lowered the price down to 5, he certainly got back into those waters with Off the Meds, the 10-time winner, surprisingly winless here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but has run well enough to certainly put in and use. 3 second-place finishes from 4 starts. Needs a pace in this spot and certainly likes to come from off that pace. We'll see if Marcelino Pedroza Jr. can string along 2 wins in a row. He just had a nice ride on our turf course. Look for another one in here as owner-trainer, the same with Tony Granitz first off the claim. But let's move along to the 4. This could be the pace of the race. CFV Texas Red should assure that both the 6 and the 7 have some pace to chase, because Alberto Pusak doesn't need many instructions on here. There's one way to go, and it's right to the lead with this 5-year-old gelding by Texas Red, who has done his best running on the front end. When he is put on the lead, he can be very stubborn on that lead and tough to pass in the lane. Sammy Bermudez off, Pusak aboard in here for Gonzalez. The 5-time winner, making start number 22, opts to be the one to cash in here. You may want to follow the tote board as well. When he gets bet, he usually runs very big. When he doesn't get bet, he doesn't run all that well either. 4 to 1 right now. Too early to tell for Campos Family Ventures. But let's take a look at the late fire 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day. We've got $7,500 claimers kicking it off in here. While I do have Rotary Dial on top, I'm fairly untrustworthy. 1, 4, 6, 7, and 8, as we will spread it out to kick off that early daily double in races 5 and 6. We're going to go deep in race 5, 6. We'll have to narrow it down from there. In the 7th race, you've got Maiden special weight going 6 furlongs. I'm going to throw in 6-1 morning line. Brune for Godolphin Racing. Roman calling the shots for Brendan Walsh in here. Homebred by Nyquist could upset the apple cart, but Brewing at 3-1 is going to be tough, along with Ready as Ever at 9-2 for Godolphin. They've got a first-time starter in against one of their own. Make what you want of that. Manny Esquivel will be aboard the Churchill Shipper in the 9. The single will come in the 9th and final thoroughbred race of the day. $5,000 claimers, and Ruby Girl was a scratch. Scratch the 1 at 7-2, and I think Holiday Lights is the horse to beat and the horse to bet. And second start off the layoff exits a better than it looks 7th place finish, going further than she likely wanted. She went for 1 mile and 70 yards and $100,000 Itoba filly handicap last time out. And she was not dismissed by much. She beat 2 home that day. She showed good speed. She rode the pocket, and she was in a great spot throughout under the guidance of Santos Sanger. She stayed on willingly, and she gets a cutback today. She is the single. As the rider's getting the leg up, looks like the weather has joined us once again here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, still on a fast and firm turf course, as we're 3 minutes away from kicking off the Late Fire 5.
Field's made its way onto the main track. 1 minute away from race number 5. Scratch number 2, Parker. accomplished field has made their way to the starting gate. CFV Texas Red goes in alongside Rotary Dial. And 4-year-old Ghost Bike, the last to load at 7-1. They are off in St. Bermuda's in contact tracing. Brake alertly. Rogue Element hopped ever so slightly at the start, and there goes CFV Texas Red to put the pressure on contact tracing, who's going to hold that rail position, looking for revenge in the 3-path, and outside of that is Ghost Bike in the 3-path with the green and yellow sleeves. Then comes Off the Meds, and Rotary Dial content to sit in 6th alongside Rogue Element, as CFV Texas Red and Ghost Bike now put a length on contact tracing through 24.51 with that opening quarter, as contact tracing and looking for revenge sitting 3 lengths off the dueling leaders. Then comes Off the Meds in a clear 5th. Rotary Dial moving into it on the backside, but being asked to do so by Santos Sanger, and Santos Sanger asking Rotary Dial for more as Rogue Element tails off. Now it's CFV Texas Red and Ghost Bike, these two still in a match race to the top of the lane, looking for revenge under an all-out drive. Off the Meds spinning the wheels at this point. Contact tracing in 5th. Rotary Dial still has a lot of work to do, and nothing from Rogue Element, as these two at the top of the lane have done themselves no favors, and Ghost Bike tries to put away CFV Texas Red, and here comes the pace complexion changing, looking for revenge, just scrubbing along. Off the Meds, widest of all. Contact tracing looking for a split, and Rogue Element from last lunging late, and Rogue Element from last to first potentially, and it's Rogue Element from Ghost Bike, who did all the heavy lifting but has to settle for second in 139.60. From the outhouse to the penthouse, Rogue Element over a game Ghost Bike, 3.861 in 139.60. Into the trailer Murphy sales. Last to first winner, Rogue Element. Rogue Element gets the win for Alberto Burgos. 7-year-old honor code gelding by Sweet Success. Bred in Kentucky. Owned by Florencio Perez. Trained to victory by Brian Cook. And ridden to victory by Alberto Burgos. 14-1 to kick off that late fire 5. Still unofficial on the 5th. We are experiencing a short tote delay here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race will remain unofficial during that tote delay, but expect the prices up shortly. We did have one lone claim out of the 5th race. Number 7 Rotary Dial was claimed for $7,500. New owner trainer David Reed. Reed picks up Rotary Dial. 3861 will be official shortly. Race 5 is now official. Cashable in the 5th. $1 exacta returns 114.50 trifecta, 476.15, 10-cent superfecta, 268.37. $1 double, a generous 124.50, 50-cent pick 3, 527.90. The early pick 4 returns $1,197.50. Balloons in the early pick 5, $9,752.20. For that last leg of the pick 5, Rogue Element kicks it off at 31.80, just 16 minutes away from the 6th. They are off in St. Bermuda's in contact tracing. Brake alertly. Rogue Element hopped ever so slightly at the start. And there goes CFV Texas Red to put the pressure on contact tracing, who's going to hold that rail position, looking for revenge in the 3-path. And outside of that is Ghost Bike in the 3-path with the green and yellow sleeves. Then comes Off the Meds and Rotary Dial, content to sit in 6th alongside Rogue Element, as CFV Texas Red and Ghost Bike now put a length on contact tracing through 24.51 with that opening quarter, as contact tracing and looking for revenge sitting 3 lengths off the dueling leaders. Then comes Off the Meds in a clear 5th. Rotary Dial moving into it on the backside, but being asked to do so by Santos Sanger, and Santos Sanger asking Rotary Dial for more as Rogue Element tails off. Now it's CFV Texas Red and Ghost Bike Spike. These two still in a match race to the top of the lane, looking for revenge under an all-out drive off the meds, spinning the wheels at this point. Contact Tracing in fifth. Rotary Dial still has a lot of work to do, and nothing from Rogue Element, as these two at the top of the lane have done themselves no favors, and Ghost Bike tries to put away CFV Texas Red, and here comes the pace complexion changing, looking for revenge, just scrubbing along off the meds. Widest of all, Contact Tracing looking for a split, and Rogue Element from last lunging late, and Rogue Element from last to first potentially, and it's Rogue Element from Ghost Bike, who did all the heavy lifting but has to settle for second in 139.6.
8 minutes to the 6th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And this is an Indiana Sire 3-year-old and up allowance. They're going 1 mile and a 16th on the grass. Albin Jimenez is aboard the 1 in this race. We got 11 Horsefield, and the current favorite is the 8 at 5-2. I went with the 6 here on top, 7-2 Trimmer. First of all, Joe Ramos has been hot. Deshaun was hot all October. He got a win today, which just want to let you guys know that was his 6,176th win, putting him 15th ahead of Kent DeSormo in wins. All-time leaders. DP is an all-time leader, baby, breaking in the top 15. I love it. But Ramos had the most wins in October, and he's up here for Michelle Elliott. Now, the key race that made me, other than the fact that this one's dropping back down to allowance ranks from the Unreachable Star, which was a really tough race, this horse absolutely loves 1 mile and a 16th on the grass. He's ran it 3 times, and 2 of them have been wins. The one that I highlighted was the October 9th win. It was a very similar allowance. 84 Bresnett speed figure, won by almost 3 with Ramos up. He's been in some tough spots, but again, routing on the turf. The win before that was an allowance, or I'm sorry, not a win, but second place, lost by less than a length in that race. And then another win, the other win was August 15th of this year, the maiden breaking win by over 2. So I just really think he likes to go long on the grass. The speed figure of 84 at the distance grabbed me, so that's why I put the 6 on top in this field. Then we're going to go to the 8. Take Charge Justice. We got some justice spreads in here. We got Backyard Justice. We got Take Charge Justice. We got Jailhouse Justice. Take Charge Justice. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard for Dennis Cluley. 3 for 3 at the distance. A win, a second, and a third. Last out was at 1 mile and put up a 77. In September 11th, put up an 81, and that was at 1 mile and 3/8. So likes to go long. This horse hasn't ran 1 mile and a 16th in a while, but I went back. It was last August 26th in last year. I looked at the buyer for that one. 62 buyer, won by a length and a half with Fernando up. He beat the 7 and the 2 in that race. And then let's go to the 3 since they're about to leg up. We didn't hang much time. The 3 is 7-2 on the tote board. Jailhouse Justice. JJ, this was our horse that Tony Bradshaw won. He co-owns with Tony Granite's a wonderful addition to our program. We gave away a Indiana bred, but Tony loved this horse, and he's really had a good career. He's been in some tough spots. I went back to last year in Tampa. He put up a 74 in a nice race at 1 mile and 16th on the grass, and then a yielding turf here this year on August 6th, and a very nice allowance, very similar, non-2 other than, was third by 1.5 lengths, and as the beaten favorite. He just likes to route. He also does really well at 1 mile, too. 6-8-3 for me, as I'm sure the jockeys are getting the leg up and horses are about to head to the track. I have Trimmer and Ramos on top here in the 6th race. 4 minutes post. Good luck.
Full fields made their way on to the track for their warm-up. 2 minutes away from race number 6 kicks off today's late pick 4. It is now post time for race number 6. Get those bets in now. Dad's Life going in along with Positive Change. Whoops. Positive Change goes in. Sergeant Holka and Sakic. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Indiana bred boys. They are off and running on their journey, and the starter caught him in a perfect line as No Proof goes looking for the lead, along with Looking Good Lewis, Positive Change, and Tremor out of stakes competition last week. Tremor now goes a length clear and under the wire for the first time, looking to be going very quickly up front as Tremor and Joe Ramos putting 5 lengths on Looking Good Lewis and Positive Change. After that comes No Proof alongside Backyard Justice. And then behind that is Sakic along with Jailhouse Justice and Sergeant Hulka. The two into the rear are Knight's Move and Sakic, as Tremor has no slowdown in mind. An opening quarter through 22.46, and Joe Ramos trying to win it right now through an opening half through 44.79. It must be 10 lengths clear of Looking Good Lewis. Positive Change is already out of the bit. Here comes No Proof, and Jimenez moving up on the rail. Backyard Justice in 4th. Jailhouse Justice moving up on the rail. Then comes Sergeant Hulka, That's Life, Sakic with Run on the inside. And then is Looking Good Lewis, who has gone into clear second. But Tremor at 2-1 under an all-out drive, but no one's really making up ground, and Tremor's still clear by 10. The rest of the field has a lot of work to do with the 16th to go, and Tremor makes every pole a winning one potentially, but Tremor is shortening strides. Here comes Jailhouse Justice, but the wire is coming in time for Tremor from Take Charge Justice and Jailhouse Justice, who settles for third in 144.61. Six, 8, 3, 2, 4 runs 5th for the high 5. 6, 8, 3, 2, 4. Impressive performance by Tremor. Race 6 has gone official. Into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the victorious Tremor, who gets the third victory of 2024, a 3-year-old gray gelding by Unbridled Express out of Special Talent, bred in Indiana by Larry Goodwin. He also partially owns, along with Tony Green and Elliott Racing. Michelle Elliott trains. Joe Ramos with the victory. $1 exacta returns $12.30. 50-cent trifecta $683, $20. 10-cent superfecta $683 $29.74. The exact 5 $211.54. The $1 double 3-6 144.40, and the 50-cent pick 3 $377.05. Race number 7, now 20 minutes away. We'll be back on the main track for maidens. Scratch number 1, Vegas Blackjack. Jimenez picks up the mount aboard Shipman, and Burgos picks up the mount on number 8, Chances Taken. Through 5 races, 5 different trainers, 5 different riders. We'll see if that trend continues 19 minutes from now. They are off and running on their journey, and the starter caught him in a perfect line as No Proof goes looking for the lead, along with Looking Good Lewis, Positive Change, and Tremor out of stakes competition last week. Tremor now goes a length clear and under the wire for the first time, looking to be going very quickly up front as Tremor and Joe Ramos putting 5 lengths on Looking Good Lewis and Positive Change. After that comes No Proof alongside Backyard Justice. And then behind that is Sakic along with Jailhouse Justice and Sergeant Hulka. The 2 into the rear are Knight's Move and Sakic, as Tremor has no slowdown in mind. An opening quarter through 22.46, and Joe Ramos trying to win it right now through an opening half through 44.79. It must be 10 lengths clear of Looking Good Lewis. Positive Change is already out of the bit. Here comes No Proof, and Jimenez moving up on the rail. Backyard Justice in 4th. Jailhouse Justice moving up on the rail. Then comes Sergeant Hulka. That's Life. Sakic with Run on the inside. And then is Looking Good Lewis, who has gone into clear second. But Tremor at 2-1 under an all-out drive, but no one's really making up ground, and Tremor still clear by 10. The rest of the field has a lot of work to do with the 16th to go, and Tremor makes every pole a winning one potentially, but Tremor is shortening strides. Here comes Jailhouse Justice, but the wire is coming in time for Tremor from Take Charge Justice and Jailhouse Justice, who settles for 3rd in 144.
We're 10 minutes to race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a 3-year-old up maiden special weight. Open company, 6 furlongs on the dirt. The one Vegas Blackjack is out, leaving us 9 betting interest. The morning line favor is the 5 right now. The 9 is the 8-5 favorite. And, of course, that's my top selection. Ready as ever. Manny Esquivel aboard for Billy Mott. This one, Manny has been hot as of late as well, but he's looking for a double after winning the second race today. It's riding for Godolphin, who've bred and owned this one. I think the key here is last time ran a mile and 16th, did put up a 71, which is one of the higher last race speed ratings, just a current form. Speaking of, even though this one's been off for 50 days, but the last race this one ran and put up a 71 and still didn't do much. Now that was 2 turns. Now we're going 6.5. Now we're going 6. That August 10th race at Saratoga was 6.5, and he put up an 82 and was third by many, but still completed the trifecta. I think he just likes is gonna like going a little bit shorter. Mott is fit off this kind of layoff. 50 days is 19%. With Manny being hot and all of those other factors, him getting back to a shorter distance, I've got Ready as Ever on top. Then we'll go to the 5. What's the 5? 7-2. Brewing. I've got Eric, Keith, and Steve in second and third here. But Keith we'll start with. I'm going to go with Brewing in my second spot. 3-year-old Gelding by Temperature. They've been hot as of late. And this one ran last on October 14th in a main special weight, put up an 80. Has nice early speed. In both races has showed nice early speed. And both were at today's distance of 6 furlongs. This was second versus similar with Keith last time. Was finally back then. And I think that they're going to improve off that effort as well, especially with that 80 at the distance. 5 looks really good. And then I'm going to put Eric in for my trifecta. The 8 is 18-1, and I know it's a long shot, and this horse has never ran in 2024, but we've seen Steve do this before, and he's 20% off this kind of long layoff. And, I mean, this colt looks really, really good. This is a 3-year-old colt by Honor Code, Giants Causeway Dam, good breeding, tough owners with Calumet Farms, Steve, obviously, and I'm sure they just decided, let's take our time with him, and let's make sure he's ready to go. And it looks like by the look of all the bullet works, he should be. He's got a bullet work on October 12th, a bullet work on October 20th, and a bullet work on October 28th that was really sharp, 1 minute and 3 breezing and 1 of 7. So that on top of first-time Lasix, Eric and Steve, they're 7 of 11, and that was from the Brisnet pages that were printed like 2 or 3 days ago. So 958 for me all day long in race 7. We're 7 minutes to post. I've got Ready as Ever on top here. Good luck.
They're on the track for race number 7. Scratch number 1, Vegas Blackjack. Jimenez picks up the mount aboard number 4, Shipman. And Burgos will ride Chances Taken, number 8. 2 minutes away from the 7th. Field approaching the starting gate. Just about post time for race number 7. Even betting board between Brewing, Olston, and Ready as Ever. All between 5-2 and 3-1. Brewing goes in alongside Chances Taken. Ready as Ever. And Get Away with It. Be the last to load as sun sets here in Shelbyville. Maiden boys are off and running as Brunn didn't know anything about the starting gate, and Brunn is 10 lengths last. Shipman is hard ridden to get the lead, and Shipman goes a half length clear from Brewing. Then comes Olston, who's ready to rock and roll in third. In fourth is Zapping Strike, and Chances Take It on the wide side, sitting in fifth. Then comes Get Away with It along with Chow Tomaso, and then a recovering Brunn, who is quickly rushed up in the Godolphin Blue to sit in fifth after a slow start, as Ready as Ever on the cutback is under an all-out drive, and Manny Esquivel is asking Ready as Ever at 3-1 for his best running at this point. Is Shipman the first to turn for home at 6-1, and Shipman says, come and get me. Olston looks ready to rock and roll. Brewing at 5-2 looking for space, and Zapping Strike in the four path looking to swoosh by them all. But the firster, Olston, means business, and here comes Zapping Strike to challenge Olston. Brunn is having a tough luck race of it, but is closing into it nicely. But Olston has the kick, and Olston finding more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. repels everyone from a tough luck Brunn, but this one's all about Olston at 3-1. Couple of nice first-time starters there in race number 7, 6-2, 7-4, stopping the clock in a nice 110.32, still unofficial. There is an objection, does not involve the top two finishers. The rider of number 4 has lodged it as an objection against number 7, Zapping Strike, for interference in the stretch. Objection in the 7th involving your 3rd and 4th place unofficial winners. That's a riding double for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Picks up his second winner on the card. Well-meant Olston, victorious, a 3-year-old bay colt by Into Mischief out of Don't Waste Your Pretty. Bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall. Trained to victory by Peter Urton. Owned by CRK Stable LLC and ridden by the victorious Marcelino Pedroza Jr. First out winner for Don't Waste Your Pretty. Alston gets the victory. Still unofficial. Stewards reviewing the objection. 4 against 7. Does not affect the top 2. No change. Objection has been disallowed. No change to the posted order of finish. 62745 will be official shortly. Insufficient evidence. No change. Objection disallowed. Race 7 is official. $1 exacta returns 37.30. Trifecta 627 197.10. 10-cent superfecta 193.23. The exact 5 returns 1,103.71 cents. The $1 double 66 14.80. 50-cent pick 3 big prices 629.50. We're 19 minutes away from race number 8, where we will go 6 furlongs in here for claiming 5,000. Do scratch number 5, Sailor's Chance. 20 minutes away from race number 8. Maiden boys are off and running as Brunn didn't know anything about the starting gate, and Brunn is 10 lengths last. Shipman is hard ridden to get the lead, and Shipman goes a half length clear from Brewing. Then comes Olston, who's ready to rock and roll in third. In fourth is Zapping Strike, and Chances take it on the wide side, sitting in fifth. Then comes Get Away With It along with Chow Tomaso, and then a recovering Brunn, who is quickly rushed up in the Godolphin Blue to sit in fifth after a slow start. As Ready As Ever on the cutback is under an all-out drive, and Manny Esquivel is asking Ready As Ever at 3-1 for his best running at this point. Is Shipman the first to turn for home at 6-1, and Shipman says, come and get me. Alston looks ready to rock and roll. Brewing at 5-2, looking for space, and Zapping Strike in the four path, looking to swoosh by them all. But the firster, Olston, means business, and here comes Zapping Strike to challenge Olston. Brunn is having a tough luck race of it, but is closing into it nicely. But Olston has the kick, and Olston finding more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. repels everyone from a tough luck Brunn, but this one's all about Olston at 3-1.
We are here for another episode of Cooking with Chef B, and today we have what looks like a giant plate of nachos and then some good old fish and chips. So tell us a little bit about this one.
So we'll start with the nacho.
Okay, don't mind if I do.
It's got our house-made queso, smoked pulled pork,
Oh, is that what this is?
corn pico, chipotle lime crema, sour cream, scallions, jalapenos with guacamole and salsa on the side.
Really
and house
good.
fried chips too. We fry them every day fresh. So.
Oh, we do? These are ours?
Yep.
That's really good. What's this? Is this queso?
Yes, ma'am.
Mmm.
And then the oranges pink sauce is a chipotle lime crema.
That's what that is. That is
Gives
really,
a little
really good.
smokiness, a little sweet.
All right.
And
What about
then
this?
we have beer batter cod, fried to order, golden brown delicious with a caper aioli and house coleslaw.
I asked him about the sauce because, you know, I'm an easy to please tartar sauce kind of girl, but he said they were wanting something a little fancier. So you whip this together yourself. Tell them what's in this aioli.
So it's a mayo base.
Oh my God, look at that.
It's capers, fresh scallions, parsley, lemon juice, and lemon zest.
Oh my God. Yes, sir. Yep, that's what I'm eating. You can have the nachos, guys. I'm giving the AV guys the nachos. I'm taking the fish and chips, that's for sure. Tell them where and when.
Brew Brothers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Thursday through Monday.
All right, check this out. It's really good. Brew Brothers fish and chips, nachos. Oh, that pulled pork's amazing.
All the time.
Yep, and we're gonna continue this series until you guys catch on to how good the food is over there. Good luck.
Final pick 3 opportunity of the day coming at you just 8 minutes away from the 8th as the sun sets not only on a Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but on a 2024 meet. Only 8 live racing days left. Plenty of stakes action still coming up and a very special Veterans Day card as well. But let's dive in to the late daily double opportunity as Miss Martha will take you through the quarter horses. We've got 2 more thoroughbred races here before we give way to a 330-yard sprint of the quarter horse variety. Scratch number 5, Sailor's Chance, out of this 6-furlong event. We've got some hard-knocking claimers going at 6 furlongs in this spot. I'm going to try a horse second start off of a lengthy layoff. I was impressed with the way he takes charge. The 9-year-old came back off of a long layoff. I had my questions off that layoff, but certainly ran well. Ran against Classy, won for Richie, and got down to the rail after breaking to the outside under the guidance of Hannah Leahy. And while there was a long drive, a lot of asking was going on, did close very well. And even though they finished 4th, beaten by 6, they galloped out well. Looked like a horse who just needed to shake the rust off a little bit. And from a percentage standpoint, you get a big rider upgrade from Hannah Leahy to Joe Ramos, who's winning at 18% in here. Randy Klopp owns and trains along with Spieth Stables. The 9-year-old Gray looking for win number 10, but it's been some time since he's got his photo taken. Since August 29th, going a mile and a 16th, in which he showed a ton of speed. I think he can close into it in this group, or maybe even show speed breaking from the inside. But he has a lot of upside to him. Second start off that lengthy layoff, and I think he takes charge, deserves a long look, as Randy Klopp looks to keep pace with Gennaro Garcia, 4-1 on the board. After the inside look, we'll take a look all the way to the outside, the opposite end of the starting gate. Is Bella's Prayer. Another one who comes in second start off of a brief freshening, not nearly as long of a layoff, hadn't been seen since July 31st, did come back October 10th and ran a good 4th place finish, losing to the winner that day, who's also in this race in post position number 6. But I think, once again, upside, second start off the layoff, fresh at this point of the year. Not very many horses at the $5,000 claiming ranks are fresh after meet that starts April 8th and runs all the way through November 14th. So looking for horses that have a little bit of energy, a little bit of freshness and feeling good in those lanes. A 3-time winner from 32 starts, looking for the first win of the year. We'll see if Roman can pick up the win in here at 9-2 on the board. But a lot of the action has come in on your current favorite right now, Macho Rocco, 4-1 morning line, cut in half, and those projections are likely here to stay according to DRF projections. This horse 2-1 on the board and projected to go off right at 2-1 as well. Gennaro Garcia looking for his second winner of the day with Fernando de la Cruz as he looks for his riding double. Hasn't been seen since May 9th of this year, in which Adios Gary and Page 1 dominated. They were 6 lengths clear of the rest of that field. They got a good trip that day, but getting a ton of class relief right from optional $40,000 into the bottom for $5,000. Another who's looking for the first winner of the year, taking the money. We'll see if it pays off. 110-3 as 9 of them will battle it out over 6 furlongs for the late pick 3. Claimers on the track for the 8th, 3 minutes from now.
field approaching the starting gate. The gray Maligator goes in alongside fellow gray Macho Rocco. Landmark Deal. Bold Adventure. Waiting on Direct Action. Got a little warm during the warm-up. Bella's Prayer, the last to go in. They are off and running under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Macho Rocco at 5-2. Waste no time going to the lead under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz, but Direct Action at 49-1 is going to put pressure as they go now a length clear from Bold Adventure. Then comes Deus Ex Machina up on the inside. Outside of that is Bella's Prayer, keeping it classy right next to Landmark Deal, along with He Takes Charge is going to do his best running late, and then Maligator is 3 wide, opening quarter in 22.43 as Macho Rocco clicks down to 9-5 and is a breakneck pace battle with Direct Action, who's being asked to keep up at this point. Deus Ex Machina getting a good trip if good enough alongside Bold Adventure in the 2-path, but Macho Rocco still looks strong up top. Now rolling into action is Bold Adventure as Direct Action is trying to get on terms with Macho Rocco, who's still clear. Deus Ex Machina still in with a big shot, and here comes Bella's Prayer on the outside, and Bella's Prayer from a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Bella's Prayer from the outhouse to the penthouse onto the wire, and a clear 111.39. Ten, 3, 6, 8, 2 for your exact 5. Bella's Prayer rolls by late at 5-1. Race 8 is official. Into the winner's circle for the 4th time of his career, it's Bella's Prayer, a 5-year-old dark bay gelding by Prayer for Relief, out of Bella Ann, bred in Indiana by John Herron, trained by John Herron, and owned by Herron Thoroughbreds LLC. Ridden to victory by Evan Roman. Bella's Prayer goes last to first in the 8th. $1 exacta, 10-3 returns $29.90. 50-cent trifecta, 10-3-6, $44.25. 10-cent superfecta, $36.75. 10-cent exact 5, $116.64. $1 double, 610, $38.90. 50-cent pick 3, 6-6-10, $73.70. Race number 9, our final thoroughbred race of the day, your final daily double opportunity. Scratch number 1, Ruby Girl, out of the 9th. Number 1, Ruby Girl, is out of the 9th, set to go to post 20 minutes from now. We did have a claim out of the 8th race. Number 3, Macho Rocco, was claimed. New owner Charles Jennings for trainer Jade Cunningham. Number 3 goes to Cunningham Jennings. They are off and running under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Macho Rocco at 5-2 waste no time going to the lead under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz, but Direct Action at 49-1 is going to put pressure as they go now a length clear from Bold Adventure. Then comes Deus Ex Machina up on the inside. Outside of that is Bella's Prayer, keeping it classy right next to Landmark Deal, along with He Takes Charge is going to do his best running late, and then Maligator is 3 wide, opening quarter in 22.43 as Macho Rocco clicks down to 9-5 and is a breakneck pace battle with Direct Action, who's being asked to keep up at this point. Deus Ex Machina getting a good trip if good enough alongside Bold Adventure in the 2-path, but Macho Rocco still looks strong up top. Now rolling into action is Bold Adventure as Direct Action is trying to get on terms with Macho Rocco, who's still clear. Deus Ex Machina still in with a big shot, and here comes Bella's Prayer on the outside, and Bella's Prayer from a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Bella's Prayer from the outhouse to the penthouse onto the wire, and a clear 111.39.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Cowboy Culture is the only son of Quality Road standing in the state of Indiana. He's out of a Smart Strike mare, went undefeated as a 2-year-old, won multiple stakes at age 3, was stakes placed at age 5, and retired sound after a 28-race career. He checks all the boxes for what a mare owner would be looking for.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Here we are just 10 minutes away from the 9th and final thoroughbred race, and while most of the chatter around the rider standings has surrounded Alberto Burgos and Fernando de la Cruz for good reason, Evan Roman is not that far away, and he is still in with a punter's chance to take home that rider's title. And Evan Roman having himself a very nice meet in a clear third, and he gave that horse a perfect winning ride in the 8th race. 10 minutes away from your last daily double opportunity now that the sun has set here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Final 2 races of the night, 1 thoroughbred and 1 quarter horse that Miss Martha will take you through. Let's take a look at this field of 8 set to go to the gate. 6 furlongs of the distance, 3-year-old fillies and upwards, all bred in the state of Indiana, looking for their second career victory. And I'm going to try a 3-year-old filly by Holiday Promise, who exits stakes competition and certainly wasn't dismissed by much. I mean, did only beat 2 horses home in the stakes race. However, ran a very good trip on the stretch out for the first time. They asked a lot of her off of a layoff to try the $100,000 Itoba filly handicap. She took a little bit of love as well, 20-1. I say that in seriousness, going from maiden $15,000 to $100,000 stakes race and going off at 20-1 is indeed a little bit of love. And last race, they rode the rail in a good spot in the pocket, stayed on willingly, probably a little bit further than maybe she wants to go at this point of her career. But now they go out of stakes action into a $5,000 claimer in here, and that's what you'll see more consistently over the final 8 days of racing, especially with state-bred competition. For some people that don't necessarily race elsewhere, Holiday Lights in at 6-5 right now, and the projection looks to be like 6-5 is here to stay for Shorty Perez. On the cutback, we'll see if Holiday Lights can get the money in here for the Gorham gang. 6 furlongs the distance, cutting back from 1 mile and 70 yards and exiting stakes competition. There's a lot to like for the lightly raced 3-year-old filly by Holiday Promise. She's the one to beat and the one to bet today. But another horse who's taken a little bit of love, at least at the wagering windows early on, is Fair Folly on the outside for Santos Sanger and Randy Matthews, a 4-year-old filly by neck and neck, a one-time winner from 13 starts. She's also got a second and a third to her name as well, but she's been at this non-winners of 2 condition for somewhat of a troubling amount of time. She broke her maiden rather quickly. In fact, she was a first-out winner in the slop back in 2022. Since then, it's been about 26 months since that last victory. They've tried stakes competition, tried the synthetic, even tried a one-turn mile over at Churchill Downs as well. She's been in against open company repeatedly, and we'll see if today's the day that Fair Folly can find her friends. She's shown speed recently, but she hasn't shown the ability to have much finish, and now she's going to have to deal with Salty Sue, who's awfully quick as well. But I do like that Fair Folly gets Santos Sanger aboard. She's drawn to the outside of all the other speed. She's recently been either breaking to the inside or between in a speed duel, and now she's drawn to the outside, which should only assist her in her pursuit of her elusive second victory after winning from well off the pace on debut. She may need a sloppy racetrack, but she's shown some speed on a fast main track, and she's currently 9-2 on the board. The 3 is Gimme Some Money. First out since August 21st. That was a 6th-place finish. But Randy Klopp and Alberto Burgos are winning at 17% so far on the meet, and they're both respectively at the top of their standings. Randy Klopp looking to keep pace with Gennaro Garcia and power home a winner, as is Alberto Burgos looking to continue his pursuit of a championship or a rider's title, holding off both Fernando de la Cruz and Evan Roman, a one-time winner from 6 starts. The 3-year-old filly, she's done her best running on the front end, and this is a race that low level, non-winners of 2, under the lights. I want to be on the lead. I want to come play catch me if you can. My guess is Give Me Some Money is going to be well cranked and well placed off the layoff. We've seen this trend in the past for Randy Klopp. Have no fear off of a long layoff, even if there's not a ton of workouts to suggest. I've been beaten by it routinely here, doubting a Randy Klopp class dropper that is coming in off of a long layoff. Don't worry about how many workouts they are or how fast they are. Oftentimes they are ready to rock and roll, and that could be the case in here. At 6-1 off that 8-1 morning line, I think Give Me Some Money likely live in this spot. 8 of them will go to the gate. 1 will return a winner in here. We'll find out who it is just 5 minutes from now.
Fields reached the starting gate. Post time for the 9th. Morning Reflection goes in at 6-1. Icy Angel, 7-1. The last to go in will be Fair Folly. They're off. Phillies on their 6-furlong journey, as there was a well-backed tardy Fair Folly. Fair Folly missed the start by 10 and is well behind the rest of this field. But Gimme Some Money at 7-2 breaks alertly, and Salty Sue gonna duel with Gimme Some Money. Holiday Lights at even money is being asked to keep up by Shorty Perez. Morning Reflection at 10-1 sits 2 lengths off of it. Then comes Empire Sunrise. Icy Angel sits in 6th. Then is Sutton's Pass, and the slow starting Fair Folly can see them all through an opening quarter in 22.39 as Gimme Some Money puts away Salty Sue, but has to deal with a fresh challenger of Holiday Lights, as Holiday Lights trying to roll right up on Gimme Some Money. Morning Reflection has asked for his best. Empire Sunrise is splitting horses, and Icy Angels on the wide side. Fair Folly trying to close into it with some momentum as Holiday Lights now attacks Gimme Some Money, and here comes Empire Sunrise up the rail. Empire Sunrise trying to get on terms with Holiday Lights as Gimme Some Money went quick early and has nothing late. Holiday Lights is going to try and hold off a lunging Empire Sunrise, and Fair Folly too tight to call. Photo finish in the 9th. Fair Folly missed the start, gets the money. 92635. An impressive victory for Fair Folly in 113.50. Into the winner's circle, your unofficial winner, Fair Folly. Ridden to victory by Santos Sanger, Never Gave Up. Trained by Randy Matthews, owned by Karen Matthews. Fair Folly, a 4-year-old chestnut filly, by Neck and Neck out of Easy Money. The Matthews gang get the money in 113.50. $1 exacta returns $15. 50-cent trifecta, $23.55. $62.20 for the double. Tonight's pick 4 returns $410.70. Pentafecta, $46.92. 50-cent pick 5 balloons, $35,467.25. Over $35,000 in today's Late Fire 5, a challenging sequence. Race number 10 brings quarter horses to the main stage, 330 yards the distance. Scratch 7, 10, and 13. 11 and 12 will run 17 minutes from now for the Monday finale. They're off. Phillies on their 6-furlong journey, as there was a well-backed tardy Fair Folly. Fair Folly missed the start by 10 and is well behind the rest of this field. But Gimme Some Money at 7-2 breaks alertly, and Salty Sue gonna duel with Gimme Some Money. Holiday Lights at even money is being asked to keep up by Shorty Perez. Morning Reflection at 10-1 sits 2 lengths off of it. Then comes Empire Sunrise. Icy Angel sits in 6th. Then is Sutton's Pass, and the slow starting Fair Folly can see them all through an opening quarter in 22.39 as Gimme Some Money puts away Salty Sue, but has to deal with a fresh challenger of Holiday Lights, as Holiday Lights trying to roll right up on Gimme Some Money. Morning Reflection has asked for his best. Empire Sunrise is splitting horses, and Icy Angels on the wide side. Fair Folly trying to close into it with some momentum as Holiday Lights now attacks Gimme Some Money, and here comes Empire Sunrise up the rail. Empire Sunrise trying to get on terms with Holiday Lights as Gimme Some Money went quick early and has nothing late. Holiday Lights is going to try and hold off a lunging Empire Sunrise, and Fair Folly too tight to call. Photo finish in the 9th.
Well, we've got just one more race to go on the Monday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of course, I'm here to talk about quarter horses. And we have a nice field. We do have a scratch of the 7, 10, and 13. But the 11 and 12 will draw in. So a good full field. It'll be traveling 330 yards. And I'm going to begin with number 2, and that's Favorite Wave. I think the reason that I like this filly on top is because she did qualify for a Derby earlier this season, 126,000 Horseshoe Derby in June. Now, she didn't really get going in that particular finale, but sometimes just to qualify, and there are multiple trials to be able to get into a final, I think that really does move a horse up on my list at least. Of course, she's got a solid pedigree. She's my favorite cartel. And one of the things I've been dying to tell everybody is that I think it was the end of August or early September, Los Alamitos had an equine sale, and the sale topper was an $850,000 yearling by Favorite Cartel. So even though we talk about the first crop sires and some other horses that are kind of on the scene, Favorite Cartel is an oldie but goodie still to be able to get that kind of price. Anyway, Jessie Vasquez trains this filly. She'll give a leg up to her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. This is the 13th start for this filly, and I think she's got a great chance to break the maiden. All right, let's go on to number 3, Prized Cowboy. A little bit different path for this horse who's making his Horseshoe Indy debut today for trainer Hector Sanchez, who's having a pretty good meet, 30% in the money. Now, this horse, who's a son of a very, very good racehorse, multiple stakes winner by the name of Flying Cowboy 123. I got to see him win both the Texas Classic Futurity and return the next year to win the Derby, which is pretty darn good. But he's had a great stallion career as well. The only thing I can say about this gelding, who has run in, began in Ruidoso, and so he's had some starts in New Mexico, Texas, and then most recently Prairie Meadows in Iowa. The knock might be that he has never made a start on our course, although our main track is in excellent condition under Tony Martinez, so I'll give him props for that. Sometimes a horse will just adapt to it. Of course, this horse has had multiple starts on different tracks. But the other good element for me is that he's getting the riding services of our leading jockey, and that's Edgar Diaz. All right, we'll go on next to number 5, Eyes a Favorite, making his 14th start for the always patient conditioner, Tony Cunningham. Trip woes have been an issue for this filly, unfortunately, and she's also sired by Favorite Cartel, so it's got good pedigree. But, pretty much 5 races in a row where just something did not go right, including her AQHA Distaff Challenge Stakes, which took place on September 19th. Although she fared much better in her subsequent race and got an on-the-board finish. So I'm willing to give her a little break in terms of those past histories, and maybe with the patience of Tony, she'll get rolling today. And then we'll round out my top 4 with number 9, and that's Fabulous Diva, one of 2 entrants trained by Karen Yike. Now, this is a 4-year-old mare by One Fabulous Eagle. She's run well recently, 2 improved starts, and seems to fit pretty well with Edgar's younger brother, and that's Eduardo Luna Diaz. Sometimes there's a jockey and a horse, it's just a relationship, and some riders get along really well with certain horses. So when you see 2 improved efforts, Karen's pretty smart to keep Eduardo back on this mare. All right, 2, 3, 5, 9 for me. Good luck to all, and we'll look forward to seeing you back tomorrow for more live thoroughbred and quarter horse racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Fields made their way onto the starting racetrack. Scratch number 7, 10, and 13. They'll dash 3:30, just a couple of minutes away. Loading. Monday finale loading has begun. Field of 10, set to dispute it over 330 yards. Felton goes into the inside. Current favorite Wave will be next to load. Looks like Mom goes in. PJ, the last to load. Locked and loaded. They are off and running, and Felton broke alertly from the inside, as did Favorite Wave all the way on the outside. Then comes number 9, Fabulous Diva, but Felton and Favorite Wave with Prize Cowboy in between, and Prize Cowboy may be going the best of them all, and Prize Cowboy gets the money at 4-1. Final time, 17.094. Photo. Results of the photo show the winner is number 339125. High 5 rounds out with the 5 at 5-1. 39125 in 17.094. Monday is official. Returning to the winner's circle is Prize Cowboy, trained by Ryan Martinez, owned by Hector Sanchez, ridden to victory by Edgar Diaz. Prize Cowboy, 3-year-old Brown Gelding by Flying Cowboy out of Fast Prize. A maiden no more is Prize Cowboy. $10.20 on top, $6 between, and $5.40 to show in race number 10. Edgar Diaz gets the money in race number 10, putting a stamp on Monday. Final payouts of the day. Final pick 3, $345.53. $1 exacta, $69, $162.15 for the trifecta. Late daily double, $183.40. 10-cent superfecta, $90.34. The final pentafecta of the day, $387.90. And again, that pick 3, $345.35. That's going to do it for live racing action here on Monday. The casino remains open 24/7 in live racing action with only 7 days to go. We'll return tomorrow at 2:10. Thanks for tuning in and drive safely. They are off and running, and Felton broke alertly from the inside, as did Favorite Wave all the way on the outside. Then comes number 9, Fabulous Diva, but Felton and Favorite Wave with Prize Cowboy in between, and Prize Cowboy may be going the best of them all, and Prize Cowboy gets the money at 4-1.